groceries getting cheaper. All that terrorizing of minorities was a red herring attack by a group of CEOs whose primary interest has always been distracting working people enough to keep exploiting them. This is from Laura. This is the summary from Laura Loomer. Big tech hates me. Oh, Laura. I'm banned on Cash App and Venmo and PayPal because these people want to strangle me and have been subjecting me to their caste system for years. I was one of their first victims, and I'm not going to let them victimize all of you either. You can support my work here on Buy Me a Coffee. Thank you. This is the best part. The founders of Buy Me a Coffee, the platform she is now relying on, are two Indian tech professionals. So that's where we are. There's a lot of other things to kind of cover off on, but I have an honored guest. Good morning, my brother.
What's up, buddy? How are you?
I'm good. How are you? By the way, man, that was a savage breakdown yesterday of that individual who was calling out your service. So I just want to thank you for that because that was exceptional. I even poured myself a third cup of coffee to enjoy that one.
That's awesome. Yeah, that was fun. I just wanted to come up real quick and just point out that Elon Musk telling people to take a step back and fuck their own face is literally him appropriating that exact same insult from Tom Cruise in Tropic Thunder. He cannot even use, like, he can't create anything.
No.
The man creates nothing. He steals everything.
Did you hear let me see if I can find it. Did you see Elon's quote of which Donald Trump retweeted?
No, I didn't.
So this was from just a couple of days ago, and this is from Elon. This is exactly why Donald Trump now believes in open borders. From Elon on Twitter. Anyone of any race, creed, or nationality who came to America and worked like hell to contribute to this country will forever have my respect. America is the land of freedom and opportunity. Fight with every fiber of your being to keep it that way. Donald Trump retweeted that. And his followers are freaking the fuck out because basically Donald Trump is saying, bring me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses earning to be free.
Yeah. Yep.
Nice.
Yep. It's hilarious to me that all of these people voted for this rhetoric that Donald Trump put out that was based in xenophobia, white supremacy, misogyny, and racism. And the second that Elon Musk is like, we need foreign workers to work these tech jobs, Donald Trump is like, I love foreign workers. Send them over here. They do so much good here. It's absolute. He literally ran a campaign on mass deportations and is now wanting to bring in more immigrant workers, which, look, I'm not against. I'm not against. You want to come here and you want to work? You want to do things here in the United States? Let's fucking go.
Let's
come on.
Go. Vanilla Spice Latte has the best comment. Are people who are issued the H-1B visas, in quotes, vetted?
Vetted? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. And I just love that. I just love that all of these people that voted for this absolute xenophobic rhetoric is now having to argue with the guy that they voted for to uphold that xenophobic rhetoric.
Yeah.
It's hilarious to me.
It's gotten so bad that Susie Wiles, who's the incoming chief of staff, you heard about this, had to send a letter out. Trump team orders, quote, all intended nominees to stop posting on social media ahead of Senate confirmations.
Yep.
So a little bit of suppression of speech. Yep. I guess, and then Vivek apparently got the message, got the note, and basically responded and said, "I guess it's back to work." So this is what's happening. To your point, the lies, the rhetoric, the hate, the fear mongering, whatever it was, we all knew all along that it was just about the billionaires wanting to run the whole system and blow the whole thing up.
pretty much.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice,
It was
right?
fast tracking into a oligarchy, just fast tracking into not even like a shadow oligarchy, which the United States has been for, a century now. Um, but just right out in the open,
Yeah.
just right out in the open. Like,
Do you have a
I
do you
think
have a
it's fine.
do you have a cool billion that you can buy your permission into our government, Matt?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and
Yeah.
I mean, that's what Donald Trump said. He's like, priority for environmental permits will be made to any company that invests $1 billion or more into the United States. I was like, why? That's a really specific number
Yeah.
that you just threw out there, bud. So, I
Yeah.
mean, it's
Yep.
it's literally just we don't want to pretend that we're not running the show anymore. We just want to run the show now, which
Exactly.
is
You know, when we
exactly what's
talk,
going on.
I was talking about this yesterday about how the five richest people in America, Elon, Jeff Bezos, Warren Buffett, Larry Ellison, and Zuckerberg, will surpass $1 trillion in combined wealth in the first quarter of next year.
Yep.
A trillion. That would be a trillion with a T.
Yep.
And it's the brown people that are
Yeah.
taking over the country. Yeah.
Yep. That's the problem.
Yeah.
There are single parents on SNAP benefits, and they
Yeah.
are ruining the country.
Exactly.
That
Yeah.
four
People
hundred
wanted to
dollars
get
a
it.
month that they get in SNAP benefits is destroying the fabric of the United States.
Yeah. And God forbid we'd give $10,000, a $10,000 student loan rebate. God forbid we would do that. That'd be
Mhm.
horrible. What a horrible
Yeah,
thing to do.
yeah,
Horrible.
yeah.
It's going to be interesting, you know. And then obviously with E. Jean winning her appeal, and MTG now threatening to expose names, and she's got some support in the House.
Mhm.
$17 million spent in defense of hush money payments from members of Congress.
Mhm.
And I have a feeling she's not calling out Democrats. I have a
Yeah,
feeling she's calling out her own.
yeah,
So
probably.
the world is crumbling around us. It's
Uh,
crumbling.
Listen,
Yeah,
at,
buddy.
at at this point, I'm hoping that that we empty into the drain sooner rather than later. Like this entire country is circling the drain. We are 100%, 100% on the downward spiral of collapse here.
Mm-hmm.
With these billionaires that are literally just taking advantage of the system that has been set up to support them from day one. Um, and Yeah, I'm here for it.
Yeah, as you
Let the
know,
dumpster fire burn. I am
right.
about it.
Yeah, as you know, though, the worst part about that is that the people on the bottom who always take the brunt are going to just feel it even worse, and
Oh
that's the
yeah,
worst part about it.
yeah. I know. And what's gonna happen is, the identity politics of the poor people are the ones that are causing the problems because they get too many handouts is just gonna be amped up and magnified
Hmm.
by the top 1%, so that we don't have a bunch of Luigi's running around.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've seen a massive spike in security details for CEOs.
Mhm.
Hundreds of millions of dollars to secure their homes and things like that. So, I don't know if it was the beginning of a revolution, but some people are waking up. Not everyone, sadly, but
Mhm.
some people
Mhm.
are. It's
Yep.
going to be interesting. Are you live later today?
Um, I'm not sure. I was planning on going live later today, but I had to take Faith to the emergency vet
Oh, dude.
last
Okay.
night, so she's probably gonna have to have surgery today.
I'm sorry,
So
man.
I don't know what I'm doing today.
Well, those of
So
you who are here, if you do not follow US McAngry, please do so because that's where I go when I get off the air because there's always something going on. And that's in the best way possible that there's always something going
there's always
on.
something going on over there. Always something. Yeah.
Hey, I got to connect with you about your merch store. We need to chat because I'm curious about some things, but we can talk offline.
Sure.
No big
Yeah.
deal.
Yeah. 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 Get,
Um,
yeah.
good luck
I'll
with
text.
good.
I'll DM you my number and we'll
I
chat.
appreciate that, buddy. Good luck with your pet, and Happy New Year to you, my friend.
Appreciate you, bud. Have a good day.
You too. See you later. Bye. McAngry. All right. Everybody, you sort of, we got a lot of things to cover off on. Obviously, Eugene winning her appeal, which was great, obviously, because, of course, that was another talking point for the right that case was going to be overturned. Anyway, Maria, how are you today? Maria? Maria, you're on mute, friend. Maria? Maria going once? Maria going twice? Okay. All right. So I was talking about this briefly when Matt came up to join us, but this is an interesting tweet, or this is being reported by numerous news agencies that the Trump team orders all intended nominees to stop posting on social media ahead of Senate confirmations. President-elect Trump's chief of staff to be, Susie Wiles, sent a message on Sunday ordering nominees to refrain from any posting on social media as Senate confirmation hearings are scheduled to start next week. While this instruction has been delivered previously, I am reiterating that no member of the incoming administration or transition speaks for the United States or the president-elect himself, Wiles wrote in a memo contained by the New York Times and the New York Post. Accordingly, quote, all intended nominees should refrain from any public social media posts without prior approval of the incoming White House counsel. That's interesting. Trump's nominees have been silent ahead of what some of his nominees have been silent ahead of what is expected to be a fraught process for some in the GOP-controlled Senate. If Democrats band together against any nominee's confirmation, Republicans can't afford to lose more than 3 votes from their own conference. The Wiles memo, according to a Trump transition source, is not in response to the recent social media ruckus caused by Doge chairs, Elon and Vivek, over H-1B visas that had MAGA world spinning. Doge is not an official entity, despite its name, and does not need Senate confirmation, which means there is no congressional oversight of this particular agency, okay? Because you guys don't want unelected bureaucrats, but you've got unelected bureaucrats in charge of gutting Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, research for children's cancer, VA benefits, etc. But that's fine. It was a, quote, reminder of the guidance to intended nominees as confirmation hearings get underway next week. Several of Trump's cabinet picks have faced scrutiny in recent weeks, but only one, former Rep. Matt Gaetz, shelved his nod for Attorney General after the private Senate whip count was shared with him, indicating he didn't have the votes for confirmation. So suppress the speech of people because they don't want them. Alwyn, why don't you jump in the box and we can talk about that? Because they don't want, to be called out, right? So we've got this whole mess about H-1B visas. We've got Donald Trump doubling down on Elon's quote about anybody who comes to America from any nationality, from wherever you come from, if you work hard, I welcome you. Donald Trump shares that. And now Donald Trump's new strategy to address immigration apparently is open borders. Meanwhile, you've got, let me see if I can find it. Okay. This is Tom Homan. For those of you who don't know, Tom Homan is the appointed border czar, okay? The person whose job is to lead the mass deportation effort. These are his words, okay?
Guy who spent 34 years deporting illegal aliens, I got a message to the millions of illegal aliens that Joe Biden's releasing our country in violation of federal law. You better start packing now. I got another message to the criminal cartels in Mexico. You have killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world combined. And that's when President Trump gets back in office. He's going to designate you a terrorist organization, and he's going to wipe you off the face of the earth. You're done.
Okay. He's angry. So there's that. So you've got a bit of a break, apparently, on immigration policy, where the border czar wants to round up people as part of this mass deportation exercise and kick them out. But Donald Trump supports open borders. So which is it? Because the response, again, I'll read that again in case you didn't hear it, because this is just delicious. So Elon on the 27th, so just a couple days ago, by the way, happy early New Year. We're not doing a show tomorrow, by the way, just want to give people a heads up, but we'll be back on Thursday because we got a lot to talk about leading up to Friday, which we'll get into in just a second. So this was the tweet from Elon. Anyone of any race, creed, or nationality who came to America and worked like hell to contribute to this country will forever have my respect. America is the land of freedom and opportunity. Fight with every fiber of your being to keep it that way. Donald Trump re-truthed that and retweeted it, because there's actually there's an account on X, Donald Trump's truths, and they basically just circulate them. Then you get people responding to that. American Patriot on Truth Social says, Elon's take is not America first. What's going on? How do these people get here? When is enough enough? The H-1B visa, I thought the H-1B issue was, the H-1 visa issue was the only thing we're talking about. Now we're talking about letting more people in? There was another one on here too. Well, the right has been laser focused. That's not the right one. Again, someone says, so are you also going to retruth telling our base to fuck their faces and calling us subtards? Pardon my expression there. You went full rogue and now we're supposed to pay the price? ? So again, this is where we're at. We've been telling you guys this from the very beginning. This was never about immigration. This is about racism, plain and simple. Okay? Thank you, Queen. I see that. There are some new emojis in for subscribers. If you want to subscribe, would appreciate that. And there's a gifting goal. Please consider contributing to that. Now, we also have this little nugget. This is his name is Eric Schmidt. Eric Schmidt is a senator from where's he from? He's from Missouri. He blasts the entire H-1B visa program, right? Saying Americans shouldn't be training their foreign replacements. Visas are being abused in the U.S. and argues that many American workers are being forced to train their replacements. Quote, I think there's an important, thoughtful debate that's happening, but the context that we need to, I think, keep in mind here is that American workers have been left behind by this economy. Many factory jobs have been sent overseas. I think the abuses of the visa programs have been evident, where you have sort of sons and daughters of those factory workers who lose their jobs, got white collar jobs as accountants, and they're, training their replacements. The foreign workers who are undercutting their wages. They are losing their mind. They do not know which direction to go, which brings us to Friday. Okay. So Friday, January 3rd, is the day that the new Congress is sworn in. Okay. So as it sits right now, it's 2:20 to 2:15, right? Because Matt Gaetz is not going to be there, thankfully, because Matt Gaetz is going to be feeling some shit. Sorry, Matt. Sorry, not sorry. So that means that Mike Johnson can only lose one, because 218 would still be the majority, right? So he can lose technically two, but it's one because there's still an empty seat. Kay Granger, I'm not sure about that seat yet. Anyway, the margin's really slim. It's either 2 or 1 vote. Actually, it is 1. So Donald Trump has come out and endorsed Mike Johnson, full-throated endorsement of Mike Johnson, which has pissed off a large chunk of the Freedom Caucus, because they were already pissed off at Mike Johnson because he agreed on the spending bill. He agreed to keep the government open. He agreed to do his job, right? He agreed to additional funding for Ukraine, which a lot of that group is opposed to. So here we are, right? 3 days away from a consequential vote in the House to elect a speaker. And the reason that's important, I'll tell you in just a second. And we know that the last time they did this, it took 15 votes for Kevin McCarthy. Then he got booted. Then it was 5 or 6 votes before Mike Johnson got replaced. So the reason that that's important is because on Monday, January 6th, is the certification date, right? We know that date. It's always been that date. And if they can't pick a speaker, they can't certify the election. So all these things are all sort of interconnected, right? It's this whole, the confluence of all this bullshit has brought them to this point. I've told you guys this a million times. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. Let's see if we can get to 100K. Please consider hitting the gifting goal. And if you haven't joined our team yet, please do so right there. Thank you. The Republicans in the House in particular are incapable of legislating. They've proven that to us. It's not an opinion. They've proven it. They would much rather be the party in the minority so they can just throw, dirt in the gears or whatever that old expression is, right? So here they are now. They can't set a legislative agenda. They can't govern. They are incompetent. Mike Johnson is doing his job. All right. I will give him credit in that. And that's the only thing that I will give him credit for is that he's doing his job. He is standing up to factions within his own caucus saying, these things are important. We need to keep the government open. We need to continue to fund Ukraine. He's doubled down on it, right? Which is his job. That's his job, right? Trump was completely against Mike Johnson. At one point called him spineless. Now he's endorsing him. So we don't know what's going to happen on Friday. We have no idea. But they can't certify the election on Monday unless they get a speaker in place. Because the speaker, every single Congress, they change the rules. But one of the rules that was changed in the last Congress, because that's what it took for Kevin McCarthy to get enough votes, was to say, only one person is required to ask for the motion to vacate. The motion to vacate would be anybody in the House could say, I think the speaker's unqualified, or I'm submitting a motion to vacate. House votes on it, majority wins, you lose your job. That's how McCarthy lost his job. Okay? So here we are, right? Here we are. We've got a divide in the group. We talked about this a little bit yesterday with Felice. It's not going to be MTG. It's definitely not going to be her. We've got the tech bros. And again, that quote is really, if I can find it again, this is the one that gets me the best. It's the right split into two factions. It's the right split into two factions. Tech right, which again is Elon and Vivek and anybody who supports the Doge initiative. And then the tech right and the right. Tech right is like, hey, we need visa people to do the jobs. And the right was like, no, you need to hire Americans. And the tech right is like, but you guys are stupid. They use the R slur. And the right is like, well, you don't train us. And the tech right is like, you can't out-train being stupid. And while all this was going on, we learned that some people really don't like Indians. To which Elon Musk responded, that pretty much sums it up. So this is where we are, right? This is where we are. Certification for the election comes up on Monday, January 6th. You still hear rumblings out there about disqualification clause, Section 14th Amendment, Section 3. You can't have engaged in insurrection. You have to be 35 years of age, and you have to be a naturalized citizen. Or you have to be born in the USA to be president. So remember, that court case in Colorado was that they wanted to remove him from the ballot, Trump, right, because of the disqualification clause. The Supreme Court did not disagree with can't be trained. So, MAGA. Here we are. You've got, hey, Pedro, we've got billionaires in government, right? And again, as a reminder, between Elon, Zuckerberg, Larry Ellison, Warren Buffett, and who's the other one? Warren Buffett, Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, Larry Ellison, and Jeff Bezos. Between the 5 of them, their wealth will surpass $1 trillion combined within the next month or so. They're people who are part of setting policy. But here we are. Welcome to the Fourth Reich. Yelnat, how are you today?
Not bad. This is Stanley M. I lost my other account. I hope all is well, sir.
Hi, Stanley. Doing well. How are you doing?
Not bad. I kind of had some confrontations with the significant other about this whole post-election, and that became an issue. And then I had to show her videos and stuff like that. I wanted to ask like 3 questions.
Sure.
One question: how does I, as an individual, prepare for, all the tariffs and all the us getting taxed an extra 14.59 an hour, in an hour, excuse me. I meant to say a year under this new proposed tax plan. And also the second thing is too, do you think should I still continue going into the armed branches, even though this dude's probably going to try to sick the military on civilians? That's the rhetoric has been. And the third thing is, what are your outcomes in the next year and a half in regards to this upcoming administration? Because I already see a lot of infighting and a lot of people FAFOing right now.
Yeah. Let me take the first thing. So the first thing you said was, how do you prepare with tariffs and impacting your day to day? I think most Americans, the overwhelming majority of Americans, don't budget. If you're ever going to budget, now would probably be a good time. Make sure that you're spending on things that you really truly need to spend on, because at the end of the day, capitalism to function needs consumers. So if consumers aren't spending money, then capitalism suffers, and we know that the money circulates at the top and stays there, right? So we know that that's the reality. So that's one thing. I would say just really conserve, maybe buy in bulk, maybe consider, a garden for vegetables, things like that. I'm just thinking big picture stuff, right? That's one. That's on my personal opinion. Second, are you considering joining the service, the military?
I took my ASVAB before the election and was like kind of gun ho that Harris was going to win, and I was just going to do all the things I needed to do and sign that paper. And then now that Trump got elected, I'm just sitting here pondering. Don't mind my 2-year-olds in the background making noise.
That's okay. A boy or a girl?
Boy.
Okay, great, man. Awesome.
But yeah, I was pondering. Now I'm just pondering, sitting here saying to myself, okay, this dude's talking reckless. This dude's talking about sinking military to the civilians. I voted Democrat. This is the first time. This is the first year I voted independent as an independent. So I don't know how this whole fiasco is going. And my possible prospective boss, is literally a Nazi, which I can't really go into detail. But other than that, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, we got you. Yeah. That's a tough call. I would never want to be in a position where I'm giving you advice one way or another. I would say it seems like your moral compass is pointed in the right direction. And if it's something, everybody makes a decision to join up for many, many reasons. We've talked to vets on this show many times, and some say that they were lost. Some say they wanted to have the GI Bill help them out. Some say that they felt like if they didn't join the military, they wouldn't be, with us anymore, so to speak. Everybody has their own reason. I think what you're saying speaks to your character. Like, you don't want to be in a position where you've got to, your training then puts you in a position where you're going after American citizens. I think that's a tough call.
Last but not least,
Yep.
Oops, sorry. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Sorry about
Yeah, and
that.
then you said the third would be like that's okay. And then you said the third was like what to expect over the next year. Is that the question or?
Yes, because of a lot of the infighting is going on. You have Charlie Kirk, then you have Elon Musk doing his thing, then you have Vec Ramaswamy doing his thing, and then you got
Mhm.
the MAGAs who make under $50,000 a year finding out that Cheeto Benito is not really like with them. He's basically echoing, "Hey, I fooled you guys to save my ass from going to jail." And the last thing I'm going to ask you, it seems like hate crime is going to go back to what it was back in 17, 18, 19, and 20. If you recall, the reporter, the Hispanic journalist, got attacked. He was followed for long periods of time,
Yeah.
um, and he got assaulted by someone who literally said verbatim, "This is Trump's America." We got now. We got now. Oop, hold on, I'll take the seatbelt off. Just give me a minute.
Do your dad thing, my guy. Do your dad thing. You're good.
All right, sorry about that.
Don't
But
apologize.
yes, yeah, put yourself back on. Yeah, put it on. All right. You have a nice day, man.
You too, brother. Hang in there and happy New Year to you. Love that
You
kid.
too.
See you later.
All right.
Love that. Dad's doing the dad thing. I don't know. It's one of those. Everybody's gonna have to make their own decisions about those kinds of things, but we know what's out there. Vanessa, how are you today?
Hey, good. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
So I just had a question for you because you seem really knowledgeable about like the HB1 visas. A lot of Trump supporters are kind of being like using that as a gotcha moment. Like, see, he actually didn't want to deport all the migrants. He actually cares about the migrants. So what would be your response to them? Sorry, I'm outside and I'm walking. What would be your response to them to help them better understand that he's only doing that because of Elon?
Well, that's the response, right? So,
Okay,
yeah, I think he won the election based on those three factors I talked about earlier: drill, baby,
right.
drill.
Yep.
Mass deportation and ending inflation. And we know none of those things are possible. We
Right.
know that. So now they're in the position where MAGA voted for that. We've all known all along that it was never about that. It was just giving billionaires more power, access to more, tax breaks and subsidies. So now
Right.
MAGA has to own it, right? Because again, I'll read that tweet. I'm not sure if you heard what I said earlier, but this. I think this tells it all. So Elon tweets this. He says, anyone of any race, creed, or anyone of any race, creed, or nationality who came to America and worked like hell to contribute to this country will forever have my respect. America is the land of freedom and opportunity. Fight with every fiber of your being to keep it that way. To which Donald Trump retweeted that.
It's just
So
so funny to me because he made his whole campaign about, you know, talking about Mexican people and brown people, and they do most of the labor force in the South. So it's just confusing.
yeah, well, again, it was all the hateful rhetoric, and
Right,
his
right.
and his base brought it up, and you can see how they're responding now. They're responding like, wait a minute. Now all of a sudden we're okay with immigrants
So they got
because
hoodwinked.
well, exactly. So I think we need to throw it right back in their face to say we've been telling you this forever. It's never been about this. It's been about the billionaires getting more power, and it's about racism, plain and simple.
Thank you
Call
so
it what
much.
it is.
I gotta go on the train, but I appreciate you letting me up here.
No sweat. You
Thank
have a
you
good
so
day, Vanessa.
much.
You can
You
take care.
too.
Happy
Bye
New Year.
bye.
Bye. It's this phenomenon, right? That I don't think people are really willing to accept, but that's where we're at, and I don't know how else to explain it to you other than that. Thank you, Amanda. That's very sweet. You're gonna make me blush here. Boss lady, how are you today?
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Can you get a little closer to your mic?
Yes, can you hear me now?
We got you. What's on your mind?
Okay. So I'm from Virginia. I'm 47 years old. I make about maybe 120,000 a year.
Okay.
I really want to I'm preparing myself. I'm actually doing stuff locally to get youngin out of office, make sure that we don't have another Republican governor. So I have two questions. What else can I do within my community? And the second question, with all these Trump laws and all these things that he's going to put in place, how would it will personally affect me? I know how it's going to personally affect my children. That's why I voted for Kamala.
Mhm.
But per se, because I can't have any kids, so the AB really doesn't apply to me. I don't plan on going back to school, so the Board of Education really doesn't apply to me. But what will it affect? How will it affect me? Those are my two questions.
Um, well, that's a fair question. So I think we have to understand that we live in a society where we have this, this social contract where we kind of need each other, right? Because I'm a firm believer in this theory of all boats rise. So the better we all do collectively,
Mhm.
the better our society does. And what we see is when we don't fund education, right? We see our country failing miserably. When we don't have universal health care, when we spend nearly $7 trillion on it, and we're first in cost and 42nd in result. So those are the big picture items. So what can you do? I would say stay involved. One of the reasons that we lost this past election, I should say that democracy lost this past election, was because people were apathetic. People would talk a big game but not do anything. So like go to a school board meeting, go to a city council meeting, volunteer in your community, teach your children, your grandchildren that human rights are incredibly important, and then everything else, human rights should be up here, and then everything else should come after that. Activism is key. Find a cause to support. Just exercise that muscle. That would be what I would say.
And I have one more thing, and I just have to share this story, and I just want to know what your thoughts are. So I was in Waffle House like a week ago, and it looked like this man, he may have been in his 80s. He's an older man. He had a cane. So I waited for him to hold the door. Just, that's how I am. So he just, started saying thank you. And I said, you're welcome. And he basically was saying I was a racist back in the day. I'm 91 years old. I just lost my wife 6 months ago. And I wanted to let you know that I voted for Kamala. He said, but unfortunately, young lady, you are doomed. He said, and I hope I do not live the next 4 years under Trump.
Mm. Well, I mean, again, there's a lot of people that are having a lot of whether it's buyer's remorse, whatever you want to call it. Most of them won't admit it, but they'll try to find a way to spin it, and that's the game that the right likes to play. But thank you for jumping in today, boss lady. I appreciate you very much, and happy New Year. You went on mute.
Wanted to say, it just kind of scared me because he stated that we're going to be doomed for the next 4 years. And this is from a white 90-something-year-old man. So
Yeah.
it just kind of scared me.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should all be nervous for sure.
Yeah.
But we've also learned that the Republican Party is incapable of legislating, so that may be our saving grace. But again, thank you for jumping in today, friend. I
Thank
appreciate
you so
it.
much.
Happy New
You
Year.
have a great day.
You too. See you later. All right, bye. By the way, we are live on YouTube. Thank you, Jess. We thought we had it figured out yesterday, but alas, tech won again. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. Dave Krapotkin, can you request to come up? We can talk about that, Dave, because I have a feeling I might surprise you with a couple of things. Hey, Hazel, how are you?
Hi, Steve. Good morning. I have a unique perspective from this H-1B visa. So I worked as an HR person for an international company with over about 350,000 employees all over the world. And I was responsible for teaching onboarding. And so my classes every single week would have at least 50 people, and half of those classes were people with H-1Bs. Now, there were other times where I would just have classes for those with H-1Bs specifically from India. Okay. Now, we had thousands of employees. I was responsible for making sure that their H-1Bs were effective, that they were, kept, active. I have to tell you, the main reason why a lot of the H-1Bs come from India is because college, university is very cheap there compared to the university here. So they're getting an education, okay? It's unfair to expect Americans to be able to have degrees in these fields when the university here is so expensive. It's just it's a vicious cycle all around. They
Yeah.
want to hire
I don't know if
people.
I don't know if I would use the word fairness, Hazel. It's just this that's the system that we're in. You know, it's unregulated capitalism when we've got schools that are charging. I mean, I'm in the process of now trying to figure out how I'm going to get my third kid through college at this point, right? So I get your point, but it's the system that we've
Right.
created, sadly.
And so now today, my son is a tech recruiter in Austin, Texas. And he goes to me, Mom, I can't get any US workers. He goes, I get like hundreds of resumes from people from India that are highly qualified that can get the job.
Mhm.
But unfortunately, these US companies don't want to pay and sponsor. So
Yeah,
he's
again, I disagree a little bit with that, Hazel. I mean, I think that there is a because we've not invested in public education in general prior to secondary, prior to college, we've not invested in STEM. Our country, you know,
exactly.
we don't match up on the world scale when it comes to math and science. Other countries have invested in that. Other countries have stated that, you know, we prioritize education. We want our civilization, our society to become smarter, and our country has just not done that. We've not invested. So I don't think it's a fairness thing. I just think it's the politicization of education, where we see Republicans by and large always wanting to cut funding to education,
Absolutely.
whether it be public education, whether it be Head Start programs, whether it be funding, you know, after school programs or all those kinds of things. So I think it's more than just the college level. It's really the entire system, right?
Right.
And that's because of I as a progressive, I believe in overfunding public education. I want to have the best schools in the world. I want our teachers to be sought after. I want school districts across the country recruiting teachers like you recruit engineers, like you recruit doctors. That's where the system needs to change, and I think that's what Elon and Vivek are calling out. We've not committed to that as a country, so therefore, if we want to move the needle from an innovation, from a science, from a technology perspective, we don't have those workers here. We don't have that skill set. We have to get it from someplace
I
else.
100% agree with you. And I want to say something before I leave. So, you know, the Republicans, and I've spoken to you before. I was a Republican all my life before Trump came on the scene. But, you know, they don't want to give college loan forgiveness, but yet the average PPP loan was $72,000. So there was 10.5 million loans totaling up to $755 billion. And this is from the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee. So they were able to forgive all of these PPP loans, but yet they're not willing to give Americans, okay, from whatever country you're in, here in the United States, going to college and being doctors and engineers and they're not willing to forgive their college loans. And so we are in this position where then the U.S. Workers are saying, or the companies are saying, well, we have to hire people with H-1Bs. And so, like, this is where I say the vicious circle is, because they're creating this place where people do want to study. They want to go to college. Don't penalize them by going to college. And then you also want to tell them, well, why aren't you taking these jobs? So it needs to make sense all around. If you want
Yeah,
people to go to college, make it affordable for them to go to college so that they don't have to compete with people from other countries, that colleges are so cheaper for them. And then they're coming here to work.
yeah. Again,
Make
it
it make
shouldn't just.
sense.
Yeah, yes and no. Sure, obviously the cost for public education through, you know, colleges, state and private institutions is just ridiculous. You know, where some of the schools that my daughter's been looking at are $60,000 a year, right? Before loans and everything else. I mean, we're talking about going into debt $250,000 before you even enter the workforce. I still think that our society just devalues education. They just don't look at it as an important thing, you know. And I think that's part of the overall issue. But I appreciate your perspective on it. But thanks for jumping in today. Some
No
other
problem. Have a great
Thanks,
day.
Hazel. You too. Happy New Year. See you later. All right. Dave wants to come up.
Good morning, Steve. Happy New Year.
You too, buddy. What's going on?
So I was listening to Hazel and you, and I have a different take. I disagree with you guys a little bit on a few things. Hazel, she was lamenting the fact, and you were too, lamenting the fact that college is expensive. And it is. However, not all college is expensive. We have, I think, something like 2,000 or 3,000 accredited four-year colleges in this country. And some of them are ridiculously expensive, but some of them are not. There are four-year institutions that are good and have STEM programs, maybe not the best STEM program, but a decent STEM program, at least as good as what people in India are being taught, that are maybe a couple of thousand a year. They're all over the place.
Where?
There's one in Kentucky. There are others. There are a few of them. Actually, not a few of them. There are probably quite a few of them. Most of them are state institutions. Most of them are for in-state tuition. Like, for example, going to a SUNY school. SUNY stands for State University of New York. If you're a state resident, and there are a shit ton of them all over the state. So there's one close to you, no matter where you are. New York State's a big state. I think the SUNY cap for in-state with what do you call it, to live there with room and board is something like 14 or 15,000. If you're going someplace close to home, it's like 3,000 or 4,000.
I do respect Dave. It's coming from a place of privilege, though, because even $3,000 or $4,000 to so many people is just.
I get it. No. I get it. Look, but it's also, but when you're looking at what you were mentioning, some of the places your daughters are looking at is 60 grand, and I understand that. I have a child who's looking at college too right now. She's 16, and I get that. And it is, but what I'm saying is, it's not. It doesn't. I agree with you. It's ridiculously expensive in this country, but there are choices. We have a lot of choices. I think, and as far as our secondary education, it's crap. It doesn't have to be, and it is complete and utter crap. But a lot of that,
and I think that's where it starts, though. So I think
absolutely.
That's where it starts. You know what I mean? Like we've underfund every chance, typically
absolutely
Republican administrations get to cut funding to public schools, they'll do it.
Absolutely.
So I think that's what ultimately lowers the cost, because then more scholarships become available because the students are becoming more prepared for college. So it's a big cycle, right?
I absolutely agree with you. And you want to know something else? And I'm going to say this. A lot of this also has to do with the change in the idea of this country and the change of what is good, what is good for children, and just for kids' perceptions of what they want. Nobody wants to be. It used to be that people wanted to become engineers in this country to build rockets because we had a big enemy across the pond who had a whole lot of rockets. That's not there anymore. You know, people used to look at guys like Robert Oppenheimer and Edward Teller and be like, those guys are sexy. Their brains are so sexy. I mean, really, they were sex symbols. Now they're nerds.
Yeah, and
they're fucking nerds.
And
these people.
That's something that Vivek had called out, right?
And as far as Vivek and Elon, they're two morons who hitch their wagons because they're stupid. Yes, they're fucking dumb. Okay, they're double dumb. So first of all, you hitch your wagon to the party that wants to dumb down education. However, they're talking out of both sides of their mouth, because what they want, they're businessmen. They don't give a fuck about anything but them. They don't want Americans to be better and smarter, because if you have to hire Americans, you're going to pay more. What they want is those H-1Bs, because what they want is a educated workforce that they could pay half as much as they pay to an American who would be doing the same job if he had the same education and the same educational attainment. If you have to hire
Dave, that's not entirely true. That's not entirely true. So what you're talking about is you're almost talking about discrimination from a hiring perspective, because
absolutely
position, just because someone might come from someplace else, there are still standards for the position. It's difficult to recruit. So somebody who used to work in that space in corporate America as a C-suiter It was always difficult to get talent, but we posted positions with salary expectations depending on experience, DOE. So
No,
I
I
would be
get it.
careful about what you're saying, that it's always it's an attempt to get cheap labor, especially in STEM jobs.
What
So
what I'm saying is that what they want is cheap and educated labor. And their internal fight right now with the likes of Bannon is because neither of them, either they don't know what they want, or they're realizing that what they want isn't what the Republican Party is going to give them. Either way, I'm here for it. I'm drinking it up. Watching them. Republican on Republican violence is my favorite kind of violence.
yeah,
I think we all know that.
I wanted to call this out because, again, just to kind of go back to what Vivek was saying, and I think if you read between the lines, part of what he's saying is true. He says, our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long. That doesn't start in college, it starts young. A culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the jock over the valedictorian will not produce the best engineers. It's difficult to disagree with that.
I agree with you. And
The
do you know what?
packaging is the controversial part, but I don't disagree with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Again, this goes back to what I've been saying forever about we do not invest in education.
Then maybe he gets it. Then maybe I'm wrong and maybe he gets it. But do you want to know what Bannon's response to that was?
Yeah, I've got the audio.
Yeah, so you've heard it. And for those of you, you don't have to play the audio, but for those, the high point of that was Bannon saying, we don't want to be ruled by nerds.
Yeah, exactly.
And my answer to that is, fuck you, Steve Bannon. Sorry,
It's true.
Steve.
No,
I know you should. You know what? The nerds shall inherit the earth. He's jealous because people like Bill Gates lie. And Bill Gates wasn't a great inventor, but he was a great businessman, but he was also a smart guy. People like Bill Gates, smart engineers are now the people who are running the world, and he doesn't want that. He wants the jock to run the world, not the valedictorian.
Listen to what he said. It's interesting.
Capitalism and Elon Musk. And by the way, when we cut him off, he went begging the CCP, and that's why they have the joint venture in Shanghai, the Tesla, which is 100% of his value, right? This guy lives on government contracts and taxpayer subsidies, okay? It's all, we're going to get Joe Allen in here for a second to transform it. Elon Musk, once again, brother, I'm smart enough to tell you no to your face, and I'm evil enough to be able to expose you as a running dog for the greatest enemy this nation's ever had. You're a war profiteer. You're sleeping with the enemy, brother, and you've been doing it because you're not an American nationalist. You're not even an American. All you are is a globalist, okay? A globalist. And you will go where anybody writes you a check, and you would take it from Adolf Hitler himself, because you're taking it from people that are as bad as Adolf Hitler. The murderous regime of the Chinese Communist Party, which you...
Anyway, you get the idea.
Yeah, no, I've heard that audio, and the freaking feigned bullshit, the feigned anti-Semitism and all that, it fucking irks me so hard. You know that. It just fucking drives me crazy.
Erica, you had, good morning. Happy New Year to you. It will be New Year to you sooner than it will be for us.
Yeah,
Happy New Year, Erica.
Because
That's
how time
correct.
zones work. Yeah, exactly.
I'm living in the future. That
You are.
is correct. Yeah.
Do things get any better?
Not right now. Maybe in a few hours. Who knows? Well, I just think this whole conversation about university in India and how much it costs is interesting. University in India is actually more expensive if you equate it to what people earn.
Mm-hmm.
So I love, she isn't even American. Guess what? We're talking about university in India. So I don't see what me being American has to
Like
do
we
with
tell
it.
everybody,
More
Erica, ignore the
importantly,
chat.
as somebody from
I
the UK, she knows more about India than you do. I guarantee.
That's
Guaranteed.
probably true.
And if the person in the chat can tell me why, I'll send him $1.
Yeah.
But I
No,
guarantee you he won't.
With a
person that
25%
said-
tariff attached to that dollar.
The person that said it can't use plurals correctly, so probably not. Anyway, the fact is that college in India costs between like $2,500 and about $7,000 a year US, right? But the average salary in India is about 4,000 US dollars a year. So the fact is that in comparison to salaries, most people's salaries, like $5,000, $4,000, $5,000, that's the high end average, right? The low end average is no, you can't use plurals with an S on the end. You just proved my point.
Ignore the
Franklin.
chat, Erica.
No, it's funny. Anyway, so the $5,000 salary is on the high end. Obviously, there are billionaires in India, but they're few and far between per capita for the population, much lower than in the US. But the fact is that the average Indian salary is probably around 3,000 USD a year, and the average cost of university in India is around 4,000 USD a year. So actually, comparatively, it's more expensive to get a degree in India. The difference is, and I say this as a teacher who was taught every children from tons of different ethnic and national backgrounds. Indian parents are very keen that their kids get a really good education. And they, from a really young age, they ask their kids to really focus on that because they see it as super, super important. So culturally, for Indian people, education is one of the most highly prized things. And I think whereas a lot of American and British people go to university, I went to university for a degree, but also for drinks, right? You know what I'm saying, yeah. Whereas my experience has been that the Indian people or people from Indian backgrounds will take it far more seriously than I did and than a lot of other people did.
A lot of other cultures prioritize it. We see it.
100%, yeah.
It's not just opinion. It's just factual. I mean, we've been saying this forever, right? I'm going to bring Eve up. I saw that there's some debate in the chat. I'm going to welcome Eve. Eve is going to do some mod announcements, and I'm going to get some more water. I will be right back. Thank you for coming up to do this, Eve. I appreciate you. I'll be right back.
Absolutely. Good morning, Erica. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning, Eve.
Good morning, Eve.
And Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to y'all as well. Well, I am here to remind you to please support our fabulous host. He's here bringing you facts over feelings every day because facts still matter and they always will. So if you have the means, please help Facts meet his gift goal. You can also find his pay apps in his link tree in bio. You'll find his merch store and Discord link there as well. If you're a sub, you can get 10% off merch, access to cool emotes, and sub-only events. If you aren't a sub, what are you doing with your life? Get on it. I highly encourage everyone to join the Discord server. It's a fun, free place for the Facts family to frolic. If the link doesn't work, just reach out to a moderator and we'll hook you up. Now, if you haven't already, please click the heart me next to Fax's name and join the team for the cost of a penny. You can do this every day and it helps keep us on the FYP. As I mentioned, there is a gift goal and we'd love to reach it. But if you can't donate, no worries. All we ask is that you interact in the comments as well as tapping your little hearts out. It's always free to tap and to share out the live. If you don't have any friends like me, just click the copy link. It works the same as a share and no one will be the wiser. Let's see what else. Oh, if you haven't, please also subscribe to Facts Still Matters on YouTube. We all know that the future of TikTok is uncertain, so you don't want to miss out on anything. And the subscriptions on YouTube are free, just like following your favorite creators on TikTok. So I highly recommend doing it. Other than that, be kind, smile at a stranger, and have a fuck your feelings kind of day.
Thank you, Eve, very much. That was awesome. Happy New Year to you.
It was so good. She sounded like AI.
Yeah, well, she is technically AI. Well, she She is what AI is modeled. Everybody, please continue to like and share. I mean, I cannot double down as to what Eve did, but I want to make sure that we're very clear about what it is that we're talking about here specifically, and it's the value. It's the value of education. Perspective. It's the value of it, and our country has not prioritized educating our electorate, and that, in my opinion, is by design, especially from the right. Keep the electorate stupid so they don't.
Understand.
Yeah,
They understand.
but you have to value education first, Dave, because if you don't
I
value
get
it,
it.
then it's irrelevant.
They're never going to value it. When I say they, I'm talking about a particular group of people, right? They're never going to value it. But
Sure.
if they understand, if they somehow, some way, by some miracle, understand, and they don't understand much, that getting an education actually does make you the rest of your life better, then maybe, just fucking maybe, that the other part of that value will seep in slowly.
Yeah. Robin T, the link to Discord is in the link tree that is in my bio. You'll see it in there. Good morning, Jacob. How are you today? Jacob, you're on mute.
Jacob, you said you've been requesting for ages.
You're on mute, my guy. You have to unmute your microphone.
Jacob, we're here for you, Jacob.
There you go. You got to unmute your mic, guy.
There you go.
Beautiful. Okay. Good morning. How are you today?
I'm okay. How are you?
Doing fine, thank you. So, Trump believes in open borders. Kind of weird, right?
I don't really think he does.
Oh, you don't? So,
Mm-mm.
really? So, have you heard what Elon said about it and how the fact that Trump then doubled down on it as well? Have you heard that?
What did he say?
I'll tell you. So, this is from Elon. Anyone of any race, creed, or nationality who came to America and worked like hell to contribute to this country will forever have my respect. America is the land of freedom and opportunity. Fight with every fiber of your being to keep it that way. And Donald Trump retruthed it.
Yeah, so?
So he
That
believes
has
in open
nothing to
borders.
do with believing in open borders.
Absolutely, it does.
No,
anyone,
it doesn't.
anyone of any race, creed, or nationality who came to America and worked like hell to contribute to this country will forever have my respect.
Yeah. You don't need to be an illegal in order to do that.
Well, again, it doesn't.
You don't
say
need to
that-
come here illegally. You don't
Why
need
are we-
open borders for that.
My guy, but why are we adding language? Anyone of any race, creed, or nationality.
Yeah,
Anyone.
of course he has respect for them. Most people don't come over here to work. Most people come over here to take advantage of welfare.
Wait. He has respect for them? The same people that he calls unalivers and rapists? He has
He
respect for them
doesn't
now?
call all illegals unalivers and
Oh,
rapists.
but he wants to deport tens of millions, right?
Yeah, he wants to deport all illegals, yeah.
Right. So how do we square this, Jacob? How do we square this? How is it that he says anyone of any race, creed, or nationality who came to America and worked like hell to contribute? So you're saying that people who are here who are undocumented don't work?
People here, some people, yes, some people don't. Then they get welfare at the same time.
Like Americans, like regular Americans who don't
No,
work.
undocumented illegals, they cannot work and get benefits.
That's not true at all.
Yes, it is.
No,
yes,
Jacob,
it is.
listen,
That's why they're
Jacob,
coming here.
Jacob, we're not gonna monologue, my guy. Okay, we're gonna go
Oh,
through.
I'm not going to be correct. I am correct.
No, you're not. So when
Yes,
an
I am.
undocumented, no. So do undocumented immigrants pay taxes?
Undocumented yes, they do.
So that means they're working.
And they're also getting benefits, though.
Not federal benefits, they aren't.
They're getting at least state. No, actually, yes, they are.
No, they're not. They're not getting
Yes,
federal
they are.
benefits.
They get Social
No, they're not.
Security. They're
No,
getting
they
Social
do
Security.
not.
They're getting federal benefits.
Jacob, they do not get federal
No,
benefits.
no,
They
buddy.
get state-
Buddy,
no,
you're confused. They're getting
no,
federal
no,
benefits.
Jacob, my guy, listen, my friend. if flowers were
Someone in the
stupid, you'd be
chat said
sprayed.
Americans get more benefits. So they
Yes.
basically just told me I'm right.
Because
They do get benefits.
No.
I guess
Jacob,
just not as
Jacob,
just
stop
not as
talking.
many. I
Jacob,
actually looked this
Jacob,
up when
shut up.
debating another
Jacob,
libtard.
shut up. Okay? Thank you. Undocumented immigrants do not
They can get benefits. They can get Social Security.
They do not.
They do.
They do.
I
then
promise
all right.
you. They get.
Okay, then Jacob, we'll
They
make this
do
easy.
get Social
Jacob,
Security.
Jacob.
You're just going to tell
my
you're
guy.
going to
You
keep
got to
telling
stop
me no.
talking, or I'm just going to kick you. Okay, listen.
Oh, I don't give a fuck. I know you're scared. Okay,
I'm not.
because you've
I'm
never
just
had
asking,
some.
I'm just asking you to prove it.
Can I
Okay?
speak to
No,
Jacob
dude.
for a second?
Hold on a second, Dave. All I am asking you to
Illegals.
do, Jacob. All I am asking you to do is prove to us that undocumented immigrants get Social Security. That's all I'm asking for.
Oh, sure.
All I'm asking. I just
Sure.
want you to.
Okay.
Provide that source and proof of that. That's all I'm asking. Okay.
Sure. 1 second. I need a second.
Excellent. While you're doing that, we will laugh at you. Thank you.
I would just like to ask Jacob, while he is digging through his toenails for information, if he knows how one gets Social Security, once they're eligible, how that number is calculated.
That's right. Because Jacob, the reason that we know that you're not going to be able to find this information is
No,
because...
dude, my computer. I'm waking up my computer. I found it before.
Okay. So
Jacob,
again,
can I ask you a question?
Hold on 1 second.
Oh, sorry.
The homework assignment that I gave you, Jacob, was because the claim that you made.
I've already looked up.
Hold on. Again, just to be clear, because I'm not going to let you run away from this. The claim that you made is that undocumented
Don't worry,
immigrants.
I'm not going to. You might kick me, but I'm not going to run.
I'm not going to kick you unless you start spreading misogynistic, racist bullshit. So there you go.
Oh,
so again,
you mean
the claim
unless
that you made.
unless I don't agree with you?
Excuse me. The claim that you made was that undocumented immigrants get Social Security. I would like you to tell us
110%.
how, since they don't have Social Security numbers. So how would they get Social Security benefits?
I'm going to show you.
I've just looked it up on the SSI, and undocumented immigrants do not.
Yes, I have an article from Brookings.
I have the thing right here, so let me
You
find
want
it.
me to put you on the big screen, Jacob, so you can show us?
The thing.
1 second.
He's got the thing. Please
Well,
don't show us your thing.
Actually, I can. 1 second.
He doesn't have enough followers to show it to us.
Okay.
Oh, I can't.
You can just give us the source, Jacob, and we can look it up. Because Erica just went to. So, do you think the Social Security Administration would be a good source for that? Jacob?
Hmm?
Do you think the Social Security Administration would be a good source as to who gets benefits?
Maybe. 1 second.
Okay, so that's the source that Erica just cited, and Dave also found one. I know the article that he's referring to. So what we're talking about specifically for federal benefits, which would be Social Security, undocumented immigrants do not get that. Okay, so this is a learning opportunity.
I've turned on my camera.
This is a learning opportunity, Jacob. Okay?
I've turned on my camera.
Thank you.
If you want to do it, if you want to play the game, I love playing the game. Thank you. This is the Brookings Institute. You may have heard of them.
Okay, I found it.
Well,
I found my
here
own
we
source.
go. The welfare benefits for non-citizens.
That's not
Here
a primary source. I don't believe that.
Okay,
you don't believe the
have
Brookings Institute. Gotcha. All right. Well, here's the thing, Jacob. There are 1,300 people here, and even if you don't believe it, some of them may want to see it. Oh, you took me off the big screen.
It's all right. This is
that's Erica.
So this
Thank
is
you,
from
Erica.
the Social Security Administration, and there are 7 groups of immigrants who get Social Security, but none of those groups are undocumented.
So again, that's from the Social Security Administration, Jacob, right? And again, the claim that you made was that undocumented immigrants get Social Security and federal benefits, and they don't. State benefits, yes, but they also pay in taxes billions of dollars annually. I think it was like 45 or 47 billion dollars in 2023 alone in taxes, because they get what's referred to as an I-10 number. which allows them to get taxed. They pay into Social Security, but they don't get the benefit of it. So can you accept the fact that you're just woefully wrong?
This is called getting schooled, Jacob.
This, by the way, is 7 groups of people who have been granted residency and are eligible for Social Security, but they're not citizens. But they're all documented. There is not one of these that says that undocumented people would be able to get Social Security. So what's your source, Jacob?
Yeah, what's your source?
Like I said, it's digging into his toenails.
So, Jacob, what's your source, my guy?
Feelings.
So, again, who can get supplemental Social Security income, SSI? To be eligible for SSI, thank you, Tiffany, you must be in one of the certain classifications granted by DHS. Lawfully admitted for permanent residency, granted conditional entry, paroled into the United States, admitted as a refugee, granted asylum, an alien whose removal is being withheld, a Cuban or Haitian entrant, admitted as an Amerasian immigrant, admitted as an Afghan or Iraqi special immigrant, admitted as an Afghan humanitarian parolee or Afghan non-special immigrant parolee, and admitted as a Ukrainian humanitarian parolee. Nowhere on that list does it say undocumented. So take the L.
And Jacob, you did say a primary source, and I would believe that the Social Security Administration would be a primary source.
So can you accept the fact that you were wrong about that?
About that, yes. I was actually thinking of Medicaid.
Well, again, that's a federal program as well.
Yeah, I know.
So state
and they have access to Medicaid.
That's a federal program.
Yeah. So I'm
No.
Yeah, you just told me that they didn't have access to any federal programs, right?
Friend, you're the one that made the claim that they get Social Security, and you were angry and you yelled about it, and they don't. Okay, they don't.
No, that's not true.
It is true.
I made the claim they got welfare benefits.
You said Social Security.
No, I said welfare benefits.
No, you said Social Security,
you said
Jacob.
Social Security. That's why Erica went to the Social Security Administration. That's why.
And then you said any federal thing. Medicaid is federal, right?
They don't get federal benefits. My gosh.
Medicaid is federal.
Emergency Medicare only, which is Medicaid.
Medicaid. It says emergency Medicaid.
Again, Jacob,
Medicaid.
You're adding qualifiers, my guy. And Medicaid,
emergency Medicaid.
And Jacob, you know what?
Is Medicaid federal? It is.
No, it's not.
Yes.
No, it's not. Medicare is federal. Medicaid is state. My guy, I know about this shit, okay?
You are old.
Medicare is federal. Medicaid is state.
Well,
okay?
No, and they're both federal.
No, they're not.
Yes, yes, they are actually.
No,
look up not. Medicaid. Look up Medicaid.
Why don't you look it up? Why don't you do something?
Dude. I do. It's a federal program.
Medicaid. Let's look up Medicaid. Okay.
What? Medicaid or Medicare? What?
You said Medicaid. Okay.
Yeah, and then you just changed the word right there.
No, Medicare is federal. Medicaid is state.
Put me on the big screen again.
Do you understand, Jacob?
Online it says joint.
This is the Medicaid website. It says, excuse me, Jacob, I'm speaking.
I don't give a fuck.
This is, I'm sure you don't. You can't use plurals either. Anyway, this says that Medicaid is administered by states according to federal requirements. So the government makes the requirements, but it's administered by states. So Fax is absolutely right.
So again, Jacob, why is it so hard to just accept that you're
joint
wrong?
State and federal program? That's what this says. You're wrong.
It's administered by the state.
So it's a joint. It's both. I'm correct.
You're not correct. You're
a
wrong.
joint state and federal program.
Jacob, once again.
I'm sorry, buddy.
No,
that you didn't graduate high school. Okay.
No, Jacob. I guarantee we don't want to do this because we don't want to have the educational measure.
Because you don't want to lose. Because you're losing.
No, first of all, so are you going to accept the fact that you lost when you made the claim about Social Security?
Social Security If I said that about Social Security, yes, but I was actually talking about Medicaid.
Okay, but you said Social Security.
Okay,
And then
but I did that on
Medicare. Is Medicaid a
I
state
was thinking
program
of
or a
the other
federal?
old person
Is
thing. What?
Medicaid a state program or a federal program?
It's a joint state and
It is
federal program,
not. It
according
has
to
to do.
this source.
It is not.
According
It's
to
how it's.
hhs.gov, it is a joint state and federal program. I will trust that over some moron online with nail polish.
HHS.gov. So what? HHS.gov. So again,
Yes.
Erica,
It says Medicaid is
my
a
guy,
joint federal
my guy.
and state program that
My
helps
guy.
cover medical costs for some people with limited income and resources.
Understood, my guy. But it's done
Yeah.
by the state level.
So
you
concede
Jacob,
that it is
Jacob,
joint.
stop talking.
It is joint. You told me it wasn't joint.
Jacob, again, when undocumented immigrants pay their taxes through an
Oh,
I-10,
so you're running now. Yes.
I'm not running. I'm
Yes,
explaining.
you are.
Why are you? I need to find a different background for you, just for you, because I think it explains a lot.
Because you're tired. You're tired of
I
losing.
know what background you're looking for. Jacob, I find it weird that you, who in the comments couldn't formulate a sentence correctly,
I could formulate
are
a sentence.
accusing somebody else of not graduating high school. That's
I
weird.
can formulate a sentence.
Apart from plurals, apparently.
Dude,
So Jacob,
this
which
is
one
texting
of these?
language,
Are you
okay?
scared?
I know this is the sort of stuff. I know this is your type of education, I know this is what you did for your homework, but I wrote essays and things. This is like
what, and how to write an essay? Did you write an essay on how to write an essay? My guy, listen.
No,
I'm gonna
I wrote
be straight
awesome
with you.
essays.
I'm gonna be straight with you.
I write awesome essays.
I'm gonna be
Dude,
straight
I'm
with
not
you.
listening to your idiot. Nobody likes you, okay?
Okay.
Like, I hope you know nobody takes you seriously.
Jacob,
They're
I
here
have
making fun of you. Every person that is
Jacob, you're so angry, and you're talking to somebody who has more qualifications than probably anyone that you know in real life.
No, he doesn't.
Apart from people that educate you.
Qualifications as what, you moron?
Okay, you want to know my qualifications?
Qualifications for being what?
I have a bachelor's, I have a master's, I have a teaching
qualifications for what?
I'm a teacher, Jacob.
Qualifications for what?
I'm a
I've
teacher,
met
Jacob.
teachers.
You could have done with a better teacher, to be honest.
Nah, you're a moron.
I'm absolutely not.
Jacob,
yes,
I
you are.
I understand that your IQ and room temperature are fighting it out, but I got to tell you, my guy, you are outmatched in this conversation.
What did you say, Erica?
We attempted to try.
Erica, what did you say?
Okay, Jacob, you know what?
Erica, what?
If flowers
Erica, what
were
did you say?
stupid, you'd be spring. Have a day.
I said fuck off.
Sorry you had to leave, Dave, but again, it's just one of those things. Again, Medicaid is a state program. Undocumented immigrants pay into their state through taxes. They also pay into the federal government. They do not get federal benefits like Social Security. They get the state level benefits, which is exactly what we were talking about. Now, Jacob, I know you're scared, soft, and weak. Thank you for showing us. We really appreciate that. You have a day. All right.
I can drop if you want me to, Steve.
You can stick. SYJM, how are you today? Hello? SYJM? Okay. I don't know what that was. That was weird, though. That was really weird.
Do you know what just appeared in the post?
What?
The Sound of Children Screaming has been removed t-shirt.
There you go. Oh, Wendy, that was very nice. You got some gingerbread.
Thank you. I love gingerbread.
Yeah. MAGA is wrong. It's their feed everyone else names. I know. KJ, how are you today? KJ? Can you come back on the app, please? KJ. We really appreciate that. KJ? Okay. We have to go back
So that's my New Year's Eve outfit sorted out.
Hold on a second. I need to go back to this because Trump believes in open borders and we have to talk about it. All right, we'll go to Jason. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. Please gift Erica. Please consider joining our Discord. All sorts of information over there about how you can, join our merry band. We're also doing a contest for merch. So we've got a lot of new items at our merch store, including "Don't Be Stupid," which I think we should all send to Jason, not Jason, Jacob. My
Jacob,
apologies,
sorry,
buddy.
Jason.
Sorry, Jason, Jacob. The J confused me. We're actually asking you guys to submit ideas. If there's a merch idea that you'd like, in our Discord, you'll find a merch submissions channel. Submit your idea there for a shirt, whether it be a slogan or something you'd like to see. Keep the graphics, relatively mellow, if you don't mind. And then what we'll do is we'll compile some of the best ones. We'll do a poll, and then the winner will get that shirt or sweatshirt on me. And we are also doing a subwave currently. Jason, how are you? Jason, are you there? Jason. Hey, Jason, you there?
Sorry, I didn't mean to request.
No problem, buddy. Thanks for being here. Happy New Year to you.
Tapping.
It's all good.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Jason.
that.
I was going to do it. I was going to do it. Jason, we're in your pocket.
That's right. Don't be a Jacob. That's a great idea for a shirt.
That is a great, right. Hang on, because I don't remember these things, and you and I discuss them, and then I go away and go, what was that thing I was supposed to do? Don't be a Jacob. I'll do that. I'll do that now, and we'll get it in the store while we're live.
Thank you. Hi, Kate. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
So I've been watching you for maybe about like a week and a half now, and I wanted to further. I'm a friendly, by the way. So hi, Erica. Hi, Steve.
Hi.
I wanted to kind of put some perspective on something, because about like a week ago, you were talking about. I come from a very red pill family. I'm the black sheep now because I've woken up, if you will.
And how to deal.
You were talking about how Republicans and more like the MAGA Republicans are very emotionally immature. Also, if you hear cooking in the background, I'm making breakfast. So sorry about that. And it goes to show with the conversation you just had with Jacob, excuse me, that when MAGA Republicans or just Republicans in general are approached with a challenging thought, their immediate go-to is to be violent and aggressive. And I mean, he was calling Erica a moron when she made it extremely clear that she's more than qualified, definitely more qualified than me, to be having these types of conversations.
Right. Good point.
And God forbid anyone give him a challenging thought. And I've come to realize, because I've been doing a lot of research as to why they are this way, and I don't know if this is true. This is totally just what I've read online. But that they feel the need to be a part of something important. So like a lot of like veterans and stuff like that, you'll see being, very MAGA and stuff like that. And like they feel that they are being a part of the bigger picture. And it feels as if they think that they are doing like the right thing at like being, we're the aggressors because we know what's right, when that's not necessarily true. And again, that could totally be BS, but I'm not necessarily sure. But when I come from a Republican family, even as I'm 27 now, I've never been able to have like a normal conversation with my father regarding politics, because God forbid. But this year I've been a lot more involved with the election, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I was able to have like a decent conversation, and I was, keeping a level head as someone with a background who's not really good with her emotions. I was able to keep a level head. So I thought, okay, this is good. Everything's fine. And then the second, someone brings up like abortion or something like that, just immediate change in perspective and attitude, and just calling me a murderer and stuff like that. And I'm like, whoa, okay.
Just be careful with that word. F1 in the chat.
Sorry.
Please.
Okay. Unaliver. My bad. It's just crazy to me that their initial choice
I mean,
is to go
a lot of it, Kate,
aggressive.
comes down to a lot of it comes down to this belief set, right? We talk about this all the time. We talk about when you double down on everything that you've been told. You know, the multiple red pills. It's like the prescription to get your prescription refilled, and you're told all that all the time. And you go to right wing spaces and you listen to right wing talking heads. They tell you all these things. They tell you, oh, the reason that Social Security is going broke is because of the immigrants. And it's not true.
Yep.
When you hear it over and over and over again, we're all susceptible, right? We're all susceptible to some level of indoctrination. This is why I always challenge people, even those that are on the left, make sure you're not getting your news from one source. Make sure you're challenging your own belief set. Make sure you're willing to critically think through a situation. So in Jacob's case, he was convinced that it was, yes, it's the immigrants, they're taking the Social Security. So then when you challenge that, and then all of a sudden he realizes, shit, I'm wrong. Well, I need to pivot.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Medicaid. Medicaid is a state-run program that is supported by the federal government, yes, but benefits are available to undocumented migrants because they pay into state taxes. So that's kind of how the whole system works. So to your point, when their belief set is just destroyed right in front of him because we're smarter, their only response is ad hominem attacks or insults, or you can imagine some of the threats that I get on the daily in my direct messages. So that's what they're reduced to. Yeah.
Yeah. And that just breaks my heart. And I hope that you know that you're doing the right thing and showing people who can't always do their research the right path, and that you and Erica are doing great things. And I appreciate the both of you
Thank
for
you.
what you're doing.
I appreciate you saying that.
Anyway,
have a lovely day.
I'll let you guys.
Okay.
You as well. Thank you so much for having me. Bye.
You got it. Bye-bye.
Can I just say as well, I love that people do worry about me when people say not very nice things, but I teach 9-year-olds and they come up with more creative insults than Jacob did. So I'm absolutely fine. Like,
Exactly. All right. Let me, I see you guys, see some friendlies out there. Let me see if I can get a couple of more, non-friends of the show, so to speak. Trav 007, would you mind coming up? I just would like to talk to you briefly. We can have a quick conversation, send you an invite. Constitutional awesome. I would love to talk to you too, because you, at least you got the "you're" right. It says "you're smarter?" ? LMAO. Yes, Constitution is awesome. I am smarter than you. Not even you know what? I don't even have to talk to you to know, but talking to you would confirm that. Because, my guy, I love this. I'm going to use it a lot. You guys are going to sick of me hearing it. Because if stupid were flowers, you, Constitution is awesome, would be spring. Just saying. Okay. Thank you, ethicist. Appreciate that. All right, let's bring up Danae. Tapping is clapping, friends. Sharing is caring. Tap it like you love it. Tap it like you need it. Tap it.
Facts. I'm going to have to ask you not to thirst trap this early in the day, please.
Sorry. Here's another good one. In Jacob's case, Jacob, your 2 brain cells are fighting for 3rd place. I'm just saying. Yes, the brain. SY, we'll try that again. Good morning.
Let's try it again.
Okay, you're here. What's on your mind today?
Morning. Sorry, earlier I was laughing so much at Jacob, I missed your.
That's okay.
Okay. But ever since this election, I've been mostly targeted at Walmart store. There was a guy at Walmart that I accidentally bumped my cart accidentally, and he turned around and I said, "Oh, I'm sorry." He said, "Oh, where are you from?" I said, "It doesn't matter. I'm sorry." He said, "Y'all need to go back. Wait until January. Trump gonna send y'all back. Y'all immigrants, and come here. Y'all want to work and get the money and go back home." And he just went on and on and on like a Jacob. So when we got to the register to check out, he had food stamps. And I'm not knocking anyone that is on food stamp. Don't get me what I'm saying wrong. But he had so many groceries, he didn't have enough on his food stamps. So I turned around and said, as an immigrant that has been here for 55 years, would you like me to pay for the rest of your stuff with my card? And it's not a food stamp card. I said to him, I said, so take that, do what you want to do with it, but stop addressing people because of where they're from. But I stumbled on your show this morning, and I think this is one of the most intelligent live I've ever stumbled on. And I love the topic. And yes, Donald Trump is going to get what's come to him.
I think you're right. I think we're
And
all in
another
that.
t-shirt you can make for Jacob is, we are not climbing up Jacob's ladder.
Thank you, SYJ. I appreciate you.
And I will be on your next live. I love it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And Happy New Year to you.
You too.
Thank you.
I can guarantee you a real woman has never been anywhere near Jacob's ladder. By the way, the Don't Be a Jacob tea is now available in the Fact Store. I will have a picture of it in just a second.
There you go. Don't be a Jacob. Lennox, how are you today? Lennox, are you there? Lennox going once. Lennox, are you there? Lennox, are you there? I guess not.
By mistake.
All good. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Yes, Sam, space elevator. That's another one. Space elevators. Batman, how are you today?
Good morning, Facts. How are y'all doing today?
Doing fine, thank you. Thanks for asking. What's on your mind?
Man, the irony continues to reveal itself every time we deal with Trump and MAGA, it's baffling because we tell these folks, he says things that he's not going to do or that are impossible to do or are very difficult to do, but you voted just based on those things, such as patient.
Right.
Logistically,
Will Trump loses his appeal in that particular case, so now they're extra angry. We need to know that they are scared, soft, and weak.
well, and Facts. It's saying within my culture, within the Mexican American culture, is that we didn't cross the border. The border crossed us.
Ha! That's so well said, Batman. That is so well said. I appreciate you for being here, friends. Really, really do. And then I wish you a happy New Year, my friend. Thanks for being
Thank you. You have a happy New Year, Steve. You keep on, man, because I've kind of given up on all the media, the news media, but there's only two lives that I go to. One is yours, and the other one is the Lenny show, the Lenny Soul show.
Thank you.
And I if I want to get reliable, credible information, this is where I come. So I appreciate it, Steve.
Well, I appreciate you saying that, my friend, and happy New Year to you and your family.
Thank you.
See you later. That's very sweet. So again, the "Don't Be a Jacob" shirt now available in the merch store.
I wrote the word Jacob in pink especially because he was really offended that you had painted nails, so I thought he would enjoy pink.
They're all offended by that. They're
course.
so easily offended by that.
I'm just putting my new shirt on. I'll be back in a sec.
Okay. Good morning, soon to be Caribbean traveler. How are you?
Yes, you know the countdown. We are 4 days away from glory days. Yes.
Wagwan Rasta.
I. Yes. So I love this topic because I've been just observing kind of the meltdown within the party. And it's interesting. Even my clients are like, what's happening? What's going on? And so I was like, okay, you really want to know, kind of like, because they really want to know about brains, because we talk about how our brains work a lot and our emotions and just things like that. And I was like, so here's the thing, right? When you build friendships on the basis of common enemies and hating the same people, what happens when it gets confusing who you hate? Right? What happens when the question becomes, we're not sure who we're supposed to hate now, and you have nothing under that, right? You've got no connection, no foundation to that under that. Yeah, it's just going to fall apart. So this week is going to be interesting on Friday, and I'm low-key okay that I'm not going to be in the country when it's all kind of happening. So, but just food for thought there. Like, see how the party is built. Like, what do they coalesce around? Hating other people that they like Trump because he hates who they hate. Well, when now they're confused of who we're supposed to hate, suddenly we don't know what we're doing, and there it goes. So I think this is maybe the point where they figure out how to form a party that actually, the Republicans anyway. I don't know about MAGA.
That's a good point, and that's kind of what we talked about earlier about how now you've got the division, and as we know, the MAGA supporters love to have their decoder ring,
yes,
right? Because they like to inject adjectives or say things. Well, this is what he meant, which is crazy. That's, by the way, we need that for a shirt. Well, that's what I meant.
That's what
he meant. Whatever. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Do you have your decoder ring? Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So that. By the way, that is an emoji in our as a subscriber benefit. And that's
the chat's asking what's Friday. That's the Speaker of the House vote. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the swearing in for the new Congress. It's not just it's the entire.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's when the whole infighting is really going to start to get put on display.
And they can't certify the election on January 6th until they have a speaker.
Oopsies.
So that's all part of the process. So when you literally have Elon, and so again, I like that quote from the tech right and the right. The tech right saying American workers are lazy and stupid. We need more foreign workers. We need immigrants. We need people who come here who can do these jobs because, again, American workers are lazy and stupid. And the right's like, wait, you're telling us that we're lazy and stupid? We voted for you guys. And the tech right's like, yeah, we're telling you that. You can't be trained. Well, you haven't trained us. Well, it's because you can't train the stupid. So that's kind of where they sit. So they went, think about how many people we speak to say, well, I really like Elon. So that's kind of why that pushed me over the edge. That's why I voted for Trump. Elon, that's telling MAGA, fuck yourself in the face. Literally, his words, not mine. And now they don't know what to do. Now they got their guy who suddenly believes in open borders because he now believes that, yeah, I agree with Elon. We need more immigrants. We need people here. And they're already trying to say, well, what he means is legal. Well, no, it's not what he said. It's not what he said. I'll read the quote again, just so that everybody's on the same page, because I think it's really, really important as we continue to have this
Words
dialogue.
matter. Words matter.
Words do matter. Everybody, please continue to like and share the live. Appreciate you very much. Where is it? Oh, it's right here. Again, for those of you just joining. So, Jacob, anyone of any race, creed, or nationality who came to America and worked like hell to contribute to this country will forever have my respect. America is the land of freedom and opportunity. Fight with every fiber of your being to keep it that way. That was posted by Elon. What did I say? Elon, yes. Elon on his platform, that is X, reposted by Donald J. Trump. So,
Yes.
again,
that made Jacob's poor Dunning-Kruger brain glitch a little bit. It couldn't be wrong. So he floundered and started name calling, which we set our watch by around here, right? We know it comes so predictably.
Oh, and by the way, MAGA, when you're struggling to pay the bills, when you're struggling to buy your gallon of eggs, right? You guys can invest in a Donald Trump $2 bill, the 47th president of the United States on a $2 bill selling for $19.95. Knock yourself out with that.
Seems like a worthwhile investment, right?
Totally. I'll just add it to the guitar and to the
sneakers, the watch, the NFTs, all the NFTs, whatever they are.
Yeah. All of those.
And to the guest Kate, I believe her name was, who was making breakfast that sounded like it smelled great. What she's saying about the tribalism and everything. I mean, that's definitely there's a documentary kind of leaning towards that. And when you think about it, like when your group is built on one common thing, which is fear and hate, when that fear and hate starts to just dismantle itself, then what do you got? Because what the reason Hakeem Jeffries is so good at whipping the Democrats, right? There's some common values, right? It's not even about the meme hating, there's some really complex things that we've thought out that our value is doing things that help the American people, large in part. Not to say there's not corrupt stuff happening on the left or anything like that, but just an overgeneralization of what we believe in as progressives and leftists in general, in the party that we align with. It's in our values, right? And we walk and talk our values to the best of our ability, which is why we are more likely to really try and understand if we are aligning with things that align with our values by researching and educating ourselves, right? And it just doesn't work that way when it's an activated amygdala aligning your party.
So Gisso the Oracle, I would like to call everyone's attention to your comment. You said biggest welfare collecting state, California. Now, my guy or girl, non-binary, I didn't mean to misgender you. California happens to be the biggest state, friend, which means they have the biggest population, which means they're likely to have the most recipients of federal programs. Now, I know math is hard. I get it. I understand. As you're ascending up the ladder, moving from the assistant to the assistant manager, you might want to think about researching a little bit.
I mean, maths, plural. Don't be a Jacob.
Yes.
Yeah, don't be a Jacob.
I love you, Tex and Erica. Have a happy new year. I got to run and do capitalism stuff.
Thank
you
too.
JD. And Gisso's saying per capita, and the thing is this, again, California's a really expensive state to live in. So, they also contribute the most in federal taxes of anybody. So they're paying for their own people. It's the red states that aren't paying for their own people because they don't contribute as much in federal taxes.
So the organic chemistry professor Gisso thinks that I'm clueless. Then please request. Jacob, good morning.
Good morning. I'm a different Jacob. I heard my name a few times, but I'm assuming you're talking about someone else. Anyway.
Yeah, not you, Jacob.
Not you yet. Conversation goes.
No, we're good. I on down our journey of fascism, where do you think along that road do you want to put your foot down? You say, you know what, I don't want to see what the end of this looks like. I'm going to move to New Zealand or like something like that.
Well, it's a place of privilege to say, I'm just going to pack up and leave.
Yeah.
Because no, I'm here to defend the rights of others. I mean, I'm at the point in my life now where I don't have as long of a future as like my daughter or your children or my neighbor's children. They're members of the BIPOC community or members of LGBTQIA. I'm going to stand in a fight with them.
I appreciate the honesty, man. It's just I get anxious and nervous. It's like when should I just say, you know what, maybe it's not worth the fight.
You say that if you really feel that, then you can say that whenever you choose to.
And I guess that's just the me decision.
Yeah, I think I think one of the things that people kind of fail to recognize is that especially Trumpers, weirdly, because they're so knowledgeable, is they fail to recognize that other countries also have immigration rules. And therefore, it's a point of privilege in terms of monetarily, but you also have to qualify for the immigration, the immigration rules of other countries that you want to go to. And some countries are being really great, like Italy is really easy to immigrate to right now. Portugal is really easy to immigrate to right now. Countries like Australia, New Zealand, the UK, much, much harder to immigrate to.
Right. All right. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. I just everybody's got to make their own decisions for themselves. I just, it would be, we have to be careful saying, we'll pack up. And I've been guilty of that myself, but it comes from a place of privilege because not everybody can do that. So.
Gotcha. Thanks, guys. Take care.
You're welcome. Have a good day. Happy New Year. See you later. That was a good Jacob. So we didn't make the shirt for you.
No.
Everybody, please keep tapping and share. Please consider subscribing. Appreciate y'all. Robert, how are you today?
I'm doing fine. How are you guys doing?
Doing fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
Well, I listened to the first Jacob earlier, and I also listened to the lady that said that she was from one of the islands. As you can probably tell, I'm from one of the islands also.
Excellent.
I'm a naturalized citizen. I've been here since '79, 21 years in military, and it amazes me at the ignorance of some of these people. I find myself more patriotic than a lot of these people who get on your show and act so ignorant. It amazes me that they will let this buffoon convince them of some of the things that he just spews out of his mouth. And I'm very disappointed in the American people right now that fall for this crap. Especially anybody that was in the military. I'm like, you cannot let this man take us down this path. He's very dangerous. And for people, I listened to it last night, and the amount of also, guys, when I became a citizen back in the 80s, and Social Security was one of the strongest programs that well, not one of, it is the strongest program that we have. And how did Social Security get into the situation it is? I remember Reagan and all those guys realizing that, oh man, there's all this money sitting over here in this program. Let's rid it. And the Republican Party is the one who raided the Social Security system to pay off the debt of the country. And a lot of these idiots don't realize that. Social Security is such a powerful program that if the Republicans keep their filthy hands out of it, that money would be there for a long time for all these so-called idiots that keep voting for against the better interests. They keep voting against the better, and I cannot comprehend this.
I know,
I cannot.
Robert, I appreciate your service, and I appreciate you tell the story about what America has meant to the United States has meant to so many people, and I think you respect the values of our country, and we speak to a lot of immigrants, and they respect the values or the perceived values of our country more than people who live here. So thank you for jumping up, and Happy New Year to you and your family. Thanks for being here.
You too, man. I enjoy you guys. Keep up the good work.
I appreciate you.
Just to say, I have my Sound of Children Screaming shirt on right now, which is still available in the Fact Store, and all of the proceeds go to our friends Brett and Nikki Cross, who were recently assaulted by the police outside the Uvalde courthouse, going to see a pre-trial hearing that involved those who were neglectful from the sheriff's office in the Uvalde unalivings, which included their son Uzziah. So if you go to the store, it's in there. All proceeds go to them.
I just wanted to show off Legend because he's a legend, literally making this as we go. That's
so true. I want Trump to be a bit further over though, because the me is behind your head.
Yeah, so we the producer of the show has spoken, Legend. Apparently that's not good enough for her. So you need to do more work.
I like my favorite thing was by the way, guys, if you just put your merch ideas into the Discord and we'll pick one and will we? No, that's cool. That's such a cool idea. I love it.
Yeah, exactly. Cage, yes. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing as to Erica's point. We've got a lot of items in our merch store. We talk about it a lot because we're trying to do things with our merch store to help others in our community. Please consider subscribing. Please join our team if you haven't already, and please contribute to the gifting goal. Good morning, Cage. Happy New Year in advance.
Good morning, Steve. Good morning, Erica. Happy New Year in advance. I got to say, I'm not looking forward to the inaugural here in D.C. It's going to be crazy with the MAGA.
I forgot. That's right. That's where you live.
Again. Yeah. So, we're all kind of a little bummed about it. One lawyer had stated we should all get tickets to the inaugural and just not show up. I thought that was brilliant. But yeah, not looking forward to it. One thing I did want to say is I am actually in tech and I couldn't get a job. I'm an African-American woman, and they talk about how there are not enough people who are smart enough in tech. So I had to turn over, as you know, to start. I'm an MBA candidate right now. I'm halfway finished. So one of the things that I think is important for people to get is that when we talk about who Musk and Ramaswamy are talking about, they're talking about the red states, because Maryland, where I live, is very much so blue. We very much so value education. And I think it's important for people to understand that the same people who want to get rid of the Department of Education are also the same people who didn't have to fight to get an education. You get where I'm going with this? I mean, my parents marched with Dr. King when they were young. They went to segregated schools. Well, my mother didn't. She started school the year segregation ended. She has a story about that. But most people don't get that. I saw this coming a mile away. I'm like, he's a lame duck president. He doesn't have to do anything. He doesn't have to keep one campaign promise. And we try to warn these people. That's the part that's so amazing to me. Now they're in shock that Elon Musk is saying the quiet part out loud, how the rest of the world feels about us. I've lived in 5 different countries because I was married to military. And let me tell you something, it is very interesting to see how Americans act in other countries, because the ones who believe in exceptionalism don't realize that people in other countries speak more than one language. They don't expect people to come to their country and just speak their language. They expect people to try, but only here in the US do you hear, you're in America, we speak English here. Go to Germany, they speak German, French, Italian, Spanish.
True.
Go to
true.
Canada, they speak English and French in many places. You can go anywhere else in the world. Africans speak 5 different languages. People in India speak 5 different languages. China, they usually speak Mandarin and Cantonese. Only here in the US do we hold on to this asinine belief that you should only speak one language, you should only know your history, you should only participate in your culture. And it is mind boggling to me how many people. I've lived in the Richmond area before. In fact, we lived there for several years when we were stationed at Fort Lee. You'd be surprised at how many people have never left the state of Virginia. And I'm not talking about the ones up here in Northern Virginia, like in Arlington and Annandale and Fairfax. I'm talking about in Central Virginia, where some of these people have never left the state. That is saying something.
Yeah, I mean, I would challenge one thing that you said, that Vivek and Elon are only speaking to red states. I think they're speaking to the collective. Our country does not prioritize education. I mean, we all need to accept that.
Yeah.
Obviously, the more well-educated states happen to be blue. That's not a coincidence.
Mhm.
It's because those states believe in funding public education. And you and I have had really good conversations, Cage. You know that I was raised by a teacher, that I have nothing but the utmost respect for teachers, a profession that just gets diminished time and time and time again. I'll say it again. I believe in overfunding public education. I want teachers to be sought after. I want them to be recruited like engineers are, like doctors are, like technical experts are, people who with MBAs. Good luck. I know you're almost there.
Yeah.
Welcome to the club, friend. So I think that's the reality, that our country does not prioritize it. So when people on the outside who've lived the American dream, who've whatever they've acquired, whether they were inherited their wealth or they earned their wealth, they see it too. They see the fact that there is a lack of STEM professionals in our country, that the education quality continues to go down. We read it what, like a 6th or 7th grade level on the collective. So the things that Vivek is saying, it's not wrong.
Oh, it's true.
It's really not wrong, right?
It's true. I homeschooled my kids for that reason, because I come from a family of teachers too. So I was like, when I brought my kids home, the first thing was the pushback, of course, because they fought during the civil rights movement for us to go to school. But then when they started to see that my kids were getting a tailored education, I got so much help from the teachers in my family.
Sassy Rebel, would you mind submitting a request so we can talk about it? Thank you. Sorry, Cage.
But one of the things I wanted to say was, a lot of people in red states homeschool. Now, let me tell you how scary that is. Okay.
Yeah.
You see these people homeschooling and these kids still don't have a good education because they're getting a Christian education. Now, don't get me wrong. I raised my kids in a Christian household. We just weren't conservative Christians. Okay. So when my kids were learning, they were learning about other people's cultures, other people's religions, other people's way of life. That's how we raised our kids to be well-rounded people. The problem that I see with this country is your education is going to be based on your zip code. Whereas I have friends in other countries where it is across the board. Everybody either gets the same education or they have a path to college and a path to a trade.
Yeah.
We don't do that in this country. And then we'll push people through the system, because my kids, when they were in school, they weren't in school their entire academic career. I started my oldest in 7th grade in homeschool. My middle was in 2nd, and my youngest never went to school. So now they're 29, almost 25, and 20. What was interesting to me was the Dodge children, that's Department of Defense children, come with a $5,000 price tag. So me taking my kids out of the system took $15,000 away from the school system. So I got hassled a lot by the superintendent of schools. But
I mean, I want to get to some other folks' Cage, but I think again, this whole, to me, again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but everything boils down to education, the lack thereof, the ability to critically think, media literacy, financial literacy, all these things are related. For the ability for people to, we talk about this often, the way out of the misinformation spiral is to realize that it's misinformation to begin with. So, but I appreciate you, Cage, and I know 2025 you're going to be you're going to have an MBA. I'm proud of you.
Thank
I'm
you.
psyched to be able to have these conversations with you. I always feel my brain stimulated every time we talk. So thank you for that, friend, and Happy New Year to you and your family.
Happy New Year to you guys too.
See you later. All
See
right,
ya.
bye.
Can I just point out, to do with those, seen a couple of comments re STEM. It has been the case for decades that women specifically have not been encouraged to work in STEM, and recently there has been this whole heap of money put into encouraging women into STEM degrees and into STEM jobs. And we know that women right now are going to university at a higher rate than men are, and are succeeding in more highly than men are, generally speaking. And I think you can't put something into place and then just say, well, it's not working. You have to put the infrastructure in first. And we're seeing more women going into STEM jobs, but they're still not welcoming to women, particularly tech jobs are not welcoming to women. The culture of tech businesses is not particularly welcoming to women. So, people are going out and getting these degrees and then not wanting to go and work in the industry because it is discouraging to go and work in a workplace where you are not valued.
Correct. Moth, thank you for being here. Appreciate you.
Good morning, Steve. Good morning, Erica. How are you both today?
Good morning, Moth.
I did get my shirt. I'm super
Yay!
excited. I had to message Steve as soon as I got it. Look what I got.
I know, because I was talking to him when you messaged him.
Yeah.
Oh,
Exactly.
really?
Yeah.
hot off the presses. Just let me pee.
It was raining last night, and I went out to my mailbox because I got the email that said it had been delivered. So I walked my butt outside in the rain down my driveway to my mailbox to get it.
Excellent. Well, I'm glad it was your idea. So thank you. And our gift to you, so to speak.
Well, I appreciate it.
I know you do.
So I'm up here to do announcements. I don't know how I'm going to follow up after Eve.
I know. Set the bar pretty high, Eve. Set the bar pretty high. I might have to it might have to be a little test. I might say, Moth, sorry, nope. Jess, nope. Sam, nope. Where's Eve?
Eve, yeah,
it's all about Eve.
She did an amazing job. She said that was her first time coming up here to do those. She did a fantastic job.
Agreed.
So I will do my best.
I know you will.
So there are about 1,100 of us in here. We should definitely be at 250K by now for likes. Like the fact that we're just barely above 200K. Come on, guys, tap that screen. Daddy Facts said it earlier. Tap that screen like you love it. You cannot be thirst trapping my poor queer little heart this early in the morning. I haven't even had coffee.
So close.
So
Almost
close.
there.
So that's all I've got.
Well, we love you, Moth. Thank you very much. And feedback eventually on anybody who's purchased merch from the merch store. Thank you in advance, and thank you for your purchases. Just let us know about the quality. I mean, I think from what I've seen, I'm impressed because I've worked throughout my life with people who do these kinds of things, and you never really know. But I'm very pleased with what I've seen so far. Shipping goes out quickly. It's because Fourth Wall has got distribution facilities literally all over the world, which makes it easy. So thank you, Moth, for you. I appreciate you very much.
Yeah, the shipping was quick. It's just delivery in my area sometimes takes ages.
my friend, I'm in Vermont. Okay, it takes freaking forever for shit to get here.
I'm just middle of nowhere, Nebraska. So yeah.
But the good thing is though, Steve never complains about the shipping to his area. He's always very quiet about it.
Yeah, always very quiet. Yes, exactly. Always very quiet. Nothing ever on my mind.
I definitely don't sense any sarcasm there whatsoever.
None whatsoever. None at all. I appreciate you, my friend, and thank you very much for everything. And Happy New Year to you and yours, and your big ass dog.
My big ass horse. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, friend. Talk to you
Love
later.
you both.
Love you too. See you later.
Love you too, Moth. I have to say, I'm currently wearing my third shirt from the merch store. And I also have a hoodie and a hat. I might put my hat on, it will go with this shirt. But they're all amazing. I just did overestimate my size when I bought my first shirt, and now I'm using it as a night shirt. Oh, Alex, you're a child. Goodbye. That is a child, Steve.
Have a good day. Thank you.
That's a northern English child.
Good morning, my friend. Happy New Year to you and yours.
Yes, sir. You too. Is Vermont a real place?
Watch it, mister. Seriously.
I heard it was a land of make believe.
It's the Republic of Vermont. We're gonna build a wall only to keep the people from New Hampshire out. Everybody else is welcome.
There's only a few states that I don't think are actual states, like Vermont and New Hampshire. I don't believe that they're real.
First of all, you can never put Vermont and New Hampshire in the same sentence together. Thank you very much. It's where libertarians go to unalive.
I heard the states that aren't real are the ones that have more vowels than consonants, like Ohio.
Facts.
Mississippi? No, not that one. Ohio. Yeah. So what's going on,
Iowa?
Friend? So those
Iowa.
For those of you who don't know Brett and Nikki are friends of ours, and we are continue raising money for them. The T-shirt that Erica mentioned earlier, thank you, is The Sound of Children Screaming has been removed. That is in the merch store. Any and all proceeds sent Brett around $1,100 already. We will continue to do that as long as you folks continue to purchase them. All the profits from the sales of those shirts will go directly to them. So if you want to help out somebody who are amazing people, who are heroes in our book, that's one way you can do it.
I appreciate it. I actually haven't been on in like a week or so with everything that was going on, plus the holidays. Holidays are extremely difficult. We took off. We went to my mom's, stayed the week there. And it was nice, but like driving back here to Uvalde, my mom still lives in Texas, so it was only like a 7-hour drive. But like the anxiety and the all the bullshit that comes back with Uvalde is just almost crippling at times, you know. So just trying to spread my love and everything, because like I said, I hadn't been on in a while.
Yeah, you do what you need to do, my friend. You do what you need to do. We got your back as always. I'm still amazed by how the guts that it takes. I was going to say the balls that it takes, but I would rather say the vagina that it takes to stand up there every single night and talk to these people who are just so filled with hate. But you do it with dignity, you do it with grace, and I know you're suppressing a lot of stuff, but don't ever forget about your own mental health, because like I always say, you can't pour from the cup if the cup is empty.
Absolutely. No, I appreciate it. It's funny because I don't know why I thought, I get away for a week, I don't do anything. I thought I was going to come back and there was going to be more intelligence on TikTok. There absolutely wasn't. Yesterday was a fever dream. In everybody's lives that I went into yesterday, it was a fever dream.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck was going on. full moon or whatever. I don't know any of that shit, but there's something going on yesterday because all the crazies were out.
Yeah, solar flares, whatever it was. I know.
Trails, what I mean,
Whatever exactly. Space lasers, who the hell knows? But they all combined to hit us all at once. You're right, it was nuts. It was nuts.
it was wild.
It was nuts.
No, Mike, I was not twerking. I was playing the music for everybody else too. It was not me. I don't dance. I'm white. I don't. I'm the guy that stands in the corner of the club with a phone on, playing solitaire. So
Yeah, I agree, Brett. There was definitely something going on yesterday. I don't know whether it was that point over Christmas where people just, had imbibed their own body weight in intoxicants or what, but yeah.
A little bit too much eggnog.
Getting like an early start on everything that's going on. Who knows if they can double down their hatred for the next year. Because if they didn't hate badly enough in 2024, maybe they were just practicing for 2025.
Oh yeah. Well, and I bet this background is fucking with people.
A little bit. A little bit. Yeah, I mean, hey, well, Brett, you know this because everything apparently they require the Trump decoder ring. The responses that we've seen so far is like, well, that's not what he meant. And what I'm referring to is the tweet that Elon made about any and all people are welcomed here. If you work hard, we appreciate you. And Trump retweeted that, right?
Yeah, the HB1.
Well, yeah, but it gets deeper. You may not have heard this yet. I'm not sure if you have, but I'll read it to you real quickly. And everybody, please continue to like and share, and please be sure you're gifting Erica and Brett. So Elon said, anyone of any race, creed, or nationality, anyone of any race, creed, or nationality who came to America and worked like hell to contribute to this country will forever have my and retruthed it. And MAGA is losing their shit.
That reminds me of when, Trump said that he wants to take away firearms without due process. And everybody's like, oh, he's for the Second Amendment. It's the same shit all over again.
It really is. Again, we need the decoder ring.
I love... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Erica.
No. I was just going to say, and the number of people who've been adding extra words into that tweet so that it says what they want it to say is wild.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We have a new shirt that was created this morning at the hands of Erica.
Oh, I'll put the picture up.
Yeah, don't be a Jacob, because we had someone in here attempting to try to justify all the stuff that Trump has done and said, and he was literally doing the same thing. You're right, Stephanie. Pretzel logic, minds twisted in fucking knots. Yes.
Well,
and again, and just to clarify, Vermont is a state, so none of you. Actually, you know what? Vermont is mythical. Don't bother coming here. There's nothing to see. Don't worry about it. It's totally fine. I've just been lying to you all. It doesn't exist. We don't have protections for women's rights to their body. We don't have the best maple syrup in the world. We don't have some of the best water, some of the best landscapes, some of the kindest people. Doesn't exist. It's not here. Thank you.
How close is Vermont to DC?
Driving, probably 10 hours.
Oh, so that's still pretty far.
Yeah.
I'm going to be in DC late January, early February.
So
I'm trying
excellent.
I'm trying to get all my peeps.
I'd love to do that. I probably can't swing it in January, but let's maybe we should put that on the calendar for some time. I'd love to just give you a big old bear hug, my brother. I really would.
Hell yeah. Well, and back to the Trump things. What's funny is that these people will be like, Trump means everything he says. And then when you're like, yeah, he means this, and they're like, no, he doesn't mean that. What he meant was, and then it's like, wait, so either he means what he says or he doesn't. You can't have it both ways.
Yeah, Tomahawk Tyke, this is the comment of the day. Quote, I know you proved me wrong on exactly what I said, but that's not what I said. Jacob.
What?
That's so true. And you know, my favorite thing is very close to yours, Brett. My favorite thing is when they say Trump does what he says he's going to do. And then you say, cool, so he built a wall and Mexico paid for it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then, oh, well, he didn't really mean Mexico would pay for it. Well, then why did he say it? You said he does everything he says. He clearly does not do that.
That's right. That's right. You can hang out, Brad, if you want. I'm going to bring up another guest.
Awesome.
Everybody, please tap and share. Tapping, sharing is caring. Hi, Tia. How are you today?
I'm great. How are you guys? Wanted to chime in because interesting or to be part of this country, and it's my mother has been here. She immigrated from Europe when she was 19. She's now 84, and she's still a green card holder. I don't know what that means, like permanent green card holder. And she is such a huge MAGA fan, and I just saw her, and she lives in a silo in Florida. And it's so sad because all of her children, including myself, voted for Kamala. And I tried talking to her. She just gets so angry. And I'm just like, how do you deal with that? I'm curious from you guys. I watch you guys a lot. You're both Erica and you guys are amazing. You teach people things. That's great. Just wanted to add that.
I just think I appreciate you saying that. That's very kind. You know, we all process these things in different ways. I mean, I got on TikTok initially because I wanted to test out some stand-up comedy a few years ago, and then I realized there is a lot of misinformation that's out there, and I just believe in, you know, telling the truth. Facts don't matter. It kind of made sense. So if you truly, genuinely want to try to educate people, then you can't just yell and scream at them. You have to let them yell and scream at you first. And then, you know, we match energy. That's what we try to do around here. I will not, I don't platform people who are grape apologists. As soon as they expose themselves, I drop them. I know as soon as they expose their hateful, you know, anti-trans, anti-gay, whatever it might be, anti-BIPOC rhetoric, then I don't give them a platform. So if someone wants to have a conversation, I'll have it with them. We've had some success. We've had some people that have, I hope they've opened their eyes, but you know, everybody has their own different way of approaching it.
Yeah, I guess I when I went there for the holiday, I was thinking, oh, well, I'm gonna just go in, be really calm. So I did do match her energy pretty good, which is pretty unusual for me. Usually I get very elevated and angry that she doesn't understand.
We all do.
And then from TikTok though, I kind of learned from folks like you to go, well, why do you feel that way?
Yeah.
Explain it to me. And then she would get even more infuriated. And I was like, oh my.
Yeah.
And like
that's
reaching
her. That's kind of how you push back. If you literally put it into their face, because the expectation from the right, again, this is by design. I've talked about this a lot. Right-wing media has always been about going after the lowest common denominator from humanity. I am going to find something that will trigger an amygdala response that is rooted in hate and or racism or bigotry or whatever that might be, that everybody is a threat to your whiteness in this case. So immigrants are the threat, women are the threat, LGBTQIA are the threat, BIPOC communities are the threat, everybody's the threat. Meanwhile, it's the billionaires, right? So it's all about the distraction. So when you challenge them on that, all of a sudden they're whole like, wait a second, why are you telling me it's the billionaires and not the people I've been told to hate? So they start to lose their shit. Yes, Erica.
They're getting like that as well because as human beings, we're proud and we don't want to be wrong. And so when you start to dig a little bit deeper and your mum has no way to really justify the way that she feels, she's got no real facts to base it on, just feelings, right? The fact that you're digging a little deeper under the surface and you're doing it because you're trying to get her to realize that she's not basing what she feels in fact, she's basing it on fear or feelings or, you know, whatever. She is then becoming defensive because human beings are proud and we don't want to be wrong.
Yeah.
So, and I think with people you love and people that you want to keep in your life, you do have to kind of gently push, as opposed to now some people have made the decision that no, it's just not worth it, and I don't want these people in my life anymore. And that's, you know, that's I absolutely respect that decision. But if your decision is that you want to keep people in your life, then you have to be calm, and you have to, you know, you have to just gently be reminding them that maybe they're being unreasonable.
Yeah, I think I have done that. Unfortunately, she's 84 years old, living alone in the villages, and that's huge MAGA territory. So she's hearing a silo of things. And when I was there, she constantly had Fox News on. I'm like, oh, can we listen to like music? Because I can hear all of the like fear they're putting into her, and she's older, and her cognition is not as great as it used to be. But just to see that to me, I find it like almost abusive what Fox News does to these people who are in a silo.
I agree. You mentioned the villages. Village is also known as the STD breeding ground of the southeastern United States. Apparently,
She's
from what
not
we've
one
been
of
hearing.
those, I don't think.
That's good to know. I'm just
I know.
saying,
I've heard
you know.
it.
Yeah. Well, Tia, thank you for jumping in this morning. I really
I,
appreciate
I
it.
got a quick question, Steve, real quick for Tia. Tia, how good are those street tacos?
Oh, if you ever come to New Jersey, come by and see me, and I will gladly feed you.
Bet. I love. Hey, I'm from South Texas, so you know I love
Oh
my
yeah,
tacos.
yeah. No, they're the traditional kind. They're the kind carnitas, barbacoa, street tacos. We put
Some
some fresh
flautas.
cilantro, limes, everything. It's awesome.
I
And they don't
appreciate
have
it.
that here in Jersey. I share it with everyone, though.
Thank you again, Tia. Appreciate you very much, and happy.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. See you later. So that would be like Americana, like really high quality food, right, Erica?
I love a taco, actually, Steve.
Okay.
I don't think you've ever actually had a real taco.
Excuse me. I went to college in the South for 6 months, so yes, I've had
What
real
South?
tacos. Georgia.
You don't get real tacos in Georgia.
Okay. See, I love the way Steve's laughing in Vermont.
Just exactly. I mean, we have.
Steve-
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, we do our
Steve,
again.
Steve
Vermont
calls
doesn't
them
exist.
tacos. That's what
Tacos.
Steve calls. Yeah.
Fufaf, how are you today? Good morning.
Good morning.
Fufaf, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. What's on your mind today?
Oh, nothing. I thought you're.
Oh, this is the guy that was calling me fat in the comments.
Why were you doing
that?
I thought your nails look really good.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Do you paint yours?
No.
So, Brett. So you're the minority up
Wait,
here. 'Cause
why
Brett
do you?
does.
Why do you?
Yeah, my nails are painted.
Wow, that
Why
is
do you-
gay.
Do you want to see?
Well, that's weird because my
lying
nails
for you,
aren't
dude.
my nails aren't painted. So
Why do you care?
He's
so much?
lying for you.
Why do you
No,
care
look,
so much?
Steve.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, you're
Fufaf.
that dude. I've seen you actually.
Why do you care so much?
I just think it's gay.
So do you know what I think? I think you're a disgusting piece of shit. So you can just leave.
I think a man without a profile picture and no content, commenting on what other people, how other people present themselves, is ironic.
Yeah, can you imagine?
Get
being
some self-confidence.
So triggered by something like that. My gosh, it's crazy. K-Bet, how are you today? K-Bert. K-Bert, are you there? K-Bert. Okay.
The person
Go ahead.
The person who said, why do they care that people paint their nails? It's because their masculinity is fragile. And Brett's masculinity and Steve's masculinity, not fragile. That's why.
Exactly. Appreciate you saying that.
I honestly just do it because everybody who has a problem with it, their moms really enjoy it. That's why I do it.
Hey now.
It's sexy as fuck.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
my
tell
daughter
you
has
that.
been painting my nails for as long as I can remember, and you know, if you go and you get a manicure, it feels damn good. They have CBD lotion they put on your hands. It's freaking awesome.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Mike, how are you today?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Good morning, Brett, and good afternoon, Erica.
Oh, I love that you thought about where I was and what the time was. Thank you, Mike.
Nice.
So I wanted to get your thoughts, Steve. Maybe you've brought it up before or whatever, but North Carolina's the SB 382. Have you heard of that?
Somebody mentioned that the other day. In regards to petitioning the government not to swear in Trump, something to that effect.
It strips a lot of stuff from like the
Convention of
governor
States?
being the governor and then it would be able to they slipped it through as a hurricane relief bill, and it's got a lot of stuff in there that kind of strips the governor from being able to do stuff, or the attorney general. But also, I was in a live yesterday, and a gentleman was talking about it, and I'm guessing he's very informed on this. And the scary part that kind of alarmed me was it would be able to call into session or bring to the table if 33 or 38 other states got on board. You would be able to start putting stuff back towards states as far as voting rights and different things, and that kind of opened my eyes to it. I mean, it's kind of they're starting down this path of what we thought might be happening with this Trump presidency.
Yeah, so the Convention of States, basically, so to add a constitutional amendment, for example, takes 2/3, whatever that number is. I think it's 2/3 of states. So to make any changes or to make an amendment or to make changes to the Constitution requires that. So I need to look into this a little bit more because you're the second person that's brought it up. I think it's the North Carolina Senate Bill 382.
Yeah, I tried to do a little bit of research so I could kind of come in a little informed into your live, but I just typed in North Carolina SB 382, and there's actually some articles and different things that kind of I wasn't able to find the part that I'm bringing up to you, but there are parts of what is that is going to take place in North Carolina.
This is kind of the summary. This is from the ACLU from North Carolina, so they've gotten involved. So the North Carolina House of Representatives passed the Senate Bill 382, which would limit the powers and authorities granted to the governor and the state attorney general. Okay, anyway, changes made, moving authority over the state's board of elections from the governor to the state auditor's office. That's always scary. Banning the attorney general from taking stances in court that don't align with the opinions of the state legislative leaders. That again, banning the attorney general, so the law enforcement officer in the state, from taking stances in court that don't align with the opinions of state legislative leaders. So a supermajority, for example, in the state of North Carolina cannot be challenged if they are abiding by the Constitution.
And that's how this bill, that's how this bill got passed, was the governor actually vetoed it because it had a lot of crazy stuff in there. They have a supermajority. They were over to override his veto.
That's exactly right. Also requiring the governor to fill judicial vacancies from a list of recommendations provided by the political party of the departing judge, and then shortening the ballot curing time from 9 days to 3 days, meaning that if there was a mistake on your ballot or validity, that, ladies and gentlemen, is fucking fascism right there.
Yes.
That is, just that part alone.